Hi, good morning and good evening to all of you. On behalf of BPC Training, I welcome everybody to this session on BPC 10.1. And the agenda for today is we'll talk about EPM reports and input forms, and we'll see certain advanced reportings. Post that, we'll see formatting and some EPM cell-based formulas. So that's the agenda for today. So let's just log in to the server. And before we proceed further, sincere apologies from my side for yesterday. I couldn't take up the session because there was some electricity issue at my end, because there has been a thunderstorm the night before and a lot of electricity transmission problems. Just for that reason, I couldn't take it. All right, so we have seen how to create connections. We have gone through the overview of all the three areas of EPM, like the EPM ribbon, EPM context, and EPM pane. And now we'll very quickly revise how to create a report and input form. So in order to create that, I'll click on a new report. I'll drag drop the desired content, the desired dimension. How to select the members? I'll just click on each of the dimensions which are part of my axis or report axis. So I'm remove the unwanted members, and relationship I want base member. So I'm just removing these because the member property was selected as relationship. I select time Q1 of 2017. So I've selected members for each of the dimensions, and I've selected more than one members of each of these dimensions this time. So what happens now? I'm clicking OK. So what happens in BPC is whatever members we select, it creates all the combinations automatically. For example, if I talk about row dimension, in row, I first have my account dimension, then underneath I have my entity dimension. Similarly, if I go here in my, in my report, these are my account and these are my entity. So I've selected 3 accounts and 2 entities. So it's giving me all the combinations. First account, 3 entities. Second account, again 2 entities. Third account, again 2 entities. So it gives me combination like this. So 3 into 2, these would be my number of cells, means 6, right? Similarly, in the column axis, I have firstly my time. I have my time axis, time on my column axis, and then my currency. Time again I have 3, currency I have 2. Again this January 2 currencies, February 2 currencies, March again 2 currencies. Total 6. 6 here, 6 here. How many are these? 36. 6 into 6, 36. So total 36 cells are there in my report or input form. If I make it input form, how will I make it input form? What I'll do is I'll simply go to options, sheet options. I'll check this checkbox which says use as input form, and I'll click on OK. And then I'll refresh. Now this is my input form as my save button is enabled now. So now I'll enter the value. I've entered all the data here. Now in order to save the data to the database, I click on the Save Data button. It's giving me the warning that if that 36 records would be sent, do you want to continue? I'll say yes. Data is successfully saved. Right? If I go and create a report now, new report, count, time. entity is United States. I'll change the entity to Australia. Local currency. Auditory input. And I got my data here in the report. This is a report. Why? Because save button is disabled, whereas this one is input form. As we can see that our save button is enabled. Other things to note here is when we go to report editor screen, here we have around 10 to 11 tabs, different tabs that control the report behavior. This is called as report editor screen. Layout we have seen, right? We have rows, we have columns, we have page axis as well. What is the significance of page axis? We'll talk about it later, as we have a exercise for this. So we'll be seeing this a little later. Now on the options tab. On this tab, we see most of the things are disabled. Why most of the things are disabled? Because of this checkbox. As I have selected that inherit sheet options, that's why these options are disabled. On the sheet options section from the ribbon, we have similar options there, almost similar options there, from where we can select these values, and those values are overriding the values of this screen. That's the reason we see most of the things disabled on this tab. If I uncheck this, see, everything got enabled. I'll again check this option because I want things to be controlled from my sheet options and not from here. Then I have sorting. If I want to apply some sorting, then I can use this area to configure the sorting. Firstly, I'll check this checkbox and then I'll select the sorting criteria. Which member do we want to sort on? For example, USD January 17, and then first column or last column we can select, and we can select the ascending or descending. So that way it will sort all my members in the report. Then I have filtering. If I want to filter out certain members, that only these members should be part of my report, then I can use these two screen options to set up the filter criteria. Ranking, just like filter, just like sorting, I can do the rankings also. Top 5, bottom 5, top 10. So only the top 10 or these many members would be displayed on the screen. Read-only data. Read-only data means for any particular combination, if I want it to make it only read-only cell, means not the input. For example, I have 36 cells here, but out of these, for example, I want the highlighted cell to be read-only. Then I have to set up a criteria. But instead of there, I will show you that option here, because here we have just two, so it will be easy to set up the criteria. So I'm using this also as input form. And if you can see here, I'm changing this value for account receivable January from 34 to 43. And I'll save. So it has been saved successfully. So my input form is working. I'll go into edit report, read only data. So I'll select the members. Firstly, I'll check this checkbox at intersection only. So I have to define that intersection here. Means which intersection do I want to make it read only. So I'll select the intersection. Then I'll select my account dimension and I'll say select members. So I'll select my desired member. Account receivable. Then I'll click on time and I'll say select member. Then I'll click on OK. If I open my report editor again, read only. Refresh. Now if I try to change this data, see it's not reading that data anymore. So the cell is read only. It will not accept any input.
But you still can enter, but it will not take data.
Yes, yes. It will not accept it.
Can't we restrict like not to take data itself?
No.
No, right? Okay.
It will not save it. If you want to refresh, it will show you the old values only.
Yeah, got it.
So that was read only.
So one more question. Read only, we can only give for the dimension intersection, or I can specify the cell.
Cell as in cell number C1, C2, C3 this way.
Yeah.
No, it will work only with the dimensions. Because you can any time change your report. For example, I'll take one example. I logged this cell.
I know. I asked
cell C7, right? For example. Now if I go to edit report and change the report alignment, I can change the report cells from here, right?
Yeah.
From this area, the cell which is shown here is the first data cell of my report or input form. Okay, so I can anytime change it.
Yeah.
Now my report has moved.
Yeah.
And the cell that I've logged is only C7. Now my report has moved. How will it work then? Read only. Not, right? So for that reason, it reads it. We do every setting on the members directly to make them dynamic. No?
Yeah, then I need to figure it out. Actually, there are a couple of reports in our system, so which were users can't edit those reports. They are fixed reports, but their input forms also. There are few cells they can't enter data. I think they did with all the formulas and also. Yeah, I need to figure it out then. Yeah, okay. I thought it's an easy thing, but yeah.
Okay. The next step was for local members. Local members.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
So like, so you mentioned here like one of the cell or not cell, like let's say the combination dimension, and we cannot add it. So when you change the value and it was not editable when you try to save it. But what will happen if you enter the data there, which is not changeable, and there's another combination which is changeable? So how the user knows like the data is not saved because of you know what I mean is like there's 6 entries and one entry is not changeable, but user is going to change it, and the 5 other entries he changed, and if he or she doesn't know like which is not changeable, so how is gonna that work?
I'll answer that thing little later.
Okay.
Why? Because this can be achieved with the help of formatting, EPM formatting. Okay, we can color it differently. For example, all the
okay, got it. Okay, fine.
We can make it some light blue, gray, or whatever.
Got it.
Some other color.
Yeah, got it.
So that way we can do with EPM formatting sheet, and that's the agenda for little later today. Okay. So I'll discuss it that time. So we were talking about the local members. So what are local members? Local members are the display members which are only local to this particular report or input form. The data which is shown in the local members does not go to database. It is only locally shown in your report. Now, ways to create the local member. For example, I want a member here which shows me the difference between these 2 months, February and March. Okay, just to show the variance. How can I do that? I'll simply go to edit report, local member, but before that I'll go to options, and I'll check this option which says activate local member recognition. I'll check this checkbox, okay, and refresh. Now I'll simply use the Excel, I'll simply type in the Excel cell formula, cell referencing formula, and system will automatically convert that to a BPC local member formula. That is what the checkbox that I've checked, the functionality of that checkbox. Activate local member recognition means whenever I'll type in anything which is like a local member, system will recognize it and automatically convert it to a BPC specific formula. For example, I type in a formula like this minus this, right? Makes sense? I've just used the Excel cell referencing and then I'll hit enter. See, I've typed in here, but my formula has been copied to the entire column. Similarly, if I go into if I do this on my first report, here you'll notice it more because we have more members, right? For example, I'm taking the calculation between USD and local currency for this particular month. So what I'll do is I'll go to options, I'll activate member recognition, okay, and refresh. Now I'll type in the formula. See what's happening here, right? And this difference, system recognized that this is a difference between USD and local currency, and this is there at all the months, right? So the same formula has been copied to all the months to show us the difference between USD and LC. Right? Now, on this, if I go to edit report again and go to local members, here I'll see one local member. If I open this, I'll double click this. This is the member. This is the local member which system has interpreted by my Excel cell referencing action. So it has converted it to like EPM member time dot parent h1, which is the hierarchy dot 2017.03, which is the member, minus EPM member time parent h1 2017.02. Insert after member this. We can also control its position, whether you want to insert it before, after, or at position 1, 2, 3, whatever. We can attach it to a member, like insert after member, this member. So in my report, it will be inserted after the March month, right? If I want, I can change its position. I can say insert after, I'll first select insert after, I can make it February also. February. So now if I see, my formula has moved before March, after February. Right? This way I can change its position, I can align it to a particular member, to member combination, to a particular dimension, and wherever I want, I can, use it. And I can position it anywhere I want. I can have n number of local members in my report, and local member value is calculated every time on fly, real time. As this local member value is just the output of certain values of my screen, certain calculations which are happening on other members, other values, that's the reason this value is not needed in database, because this is anyhow calculated here, right? So for that reason, I changed this value, this value also got changed. So for this reason, I don't need it in my database, and the local member doesn't even go to database. This was local members. Then we have member names.
So it will not go to the database. So, but you can never recover that. It's only to display purpose. That's all. Right?
Yeah, it's only to display purpose. It's just to show you the variance.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. For example, how my company is performing how this product was performing last year April, and how is it performing this year April.
Mm-hmm.
Just to get those kind of variances, you can use these local members. Then we have member names. Yeah, but before that, on local members, we can change the description here. As in the report, we see that it is coming FN March 17. I'll go to edit report, and if I want to change its description, the description to be displayed, I can say simple variance. Now it will be, the heading would be variance. And that will change the column header for local member. Now coming to next tab, which is member names. Member names means if I want to change some display name. For example, I have cash here, right, which is one of my account. Instead of this, I want to make it cash account, for example. One way is to go to the master data dimension, go to this particular member, change its description. And another way is only to do this only locally for this particular report is, I'll go to edit report, go to member names, select that particular member, and then I'll enter a name for it. For example, I have overridden with this name, full name, cash account new name. Then I'll click on override. I got my listed here. Earlier member name was cash. The customized name is cash account new name. I'll click on OK. See, I got the description overridden by the new one. Only in this particular report. In my other report, it still remains the same. Because we achieved this with the help of report editor, and these two are the different reports on each tab. So that's the reason it is affecting only to the report on which we have opened this report editor for. So this was member names. Then we have exclude members. If we want to exclude certain combinations, certain members from our report, because we understand that it gives all the combinations. If in case I want to remove any particular member from my report and I don't want that to appear, I can simply use this exclude member. We have to create the combination. For example, account. I'll select cash account. So I've selected this. I've selected this combination, which is account, cash, time, January 17, and I'll click on OK, and then refresh. See, it has disappeared. It has been excluded. Similarly, if I want to exclude, when I say that I get these combinations, for example, I want to hide or exclude the combination land and buildings in India, for example, I can use this to exclude the entire combination. That's the answer to, some say that, if it is showing all the combinations, then how can that would give me certain unwanted combinations that I don't want. So we can simply use the exclude option to exclude the unwanted combinations. Similarly, we have member inserts and filtering. If I want to insert certain member, I can insert.
Got a quick question. This is Alok.
Yes, yes, please.
Just when do we need exclude members? Like in practical scenario, when do you need that?
We need those. We need to use this. This functionality in scenario wherein we have a very big input form. Okay, because system, as I told you earlier, system will automatically generate these combinations, right?
Yes. Yes.
Here and here also. Whatever members you select, it will select all the, find out all the permutations, combinations, and it will give you all the possible combinations.
Right.
Right now, I've selected only a few, right? 3 accounts, 2 entities. But think of a scenario wherein there are 20 accounts and 20 entities.
Right.
There would be 400 rows. Say, for example, or just take one example that one of the account is not valid for. One of the account is only valid for certain entities, and it's not valid for other, but it will give you all the combinations. So in that particular scenario, you use this to exclude that field, remove that column or that entire row from your report itself, so that it is not there and it will not create unnecessary confusions to the end user.
So can we say we can use this option for security purpose also?
No.
Like the user should not see this data, or users should...
That anyhow can be done by data access profile, right?
Yes. So this option not for safety security reasons. This is
No.
just to you narrow down the report so that the better visibility.
Yes.
Okay.
So this was about the report editor, and now we'll talk about creation of certain good scripts. Good reports, like I'll create a new report. Account versus time, for example. I'll not take account, I'll take entity. I'll take entity. Page numbers and 0 page numbers. Time and select 2017 total and number only. And I'll change the report account dimension to balance sheet account, so that all the accounts are included. Audited input, category plan, right, and refresh. Okay, so now did you see here data rolling up? Alok and Satya, is there?
Yes.
Yes.
The other day we were not seeing the data, right? The data roll up. It was not rolling up to the parent.
Yes.
Now it is. But it is taking last month values. That's the reason we have entered the value in January that time, and it was not rolling up to the parent because it is in this behavior, in this, it is taking the last quarter value as your, sorry, last month value as your final parent value. Where is this governed? This is governed by the behavior of your model here. Right? It is governed from here. If I want, for example, if I want some values on total, then I would have to have values on the 12th month. Same value would be populated.
So if you want all periods in that quarter to be totaled, so then the model should be like now it is periodic. So it should be what then?
You have to change your model behavior.
But in what scenario you use as just as a last period value as a quarter value? It's like only on the carry forward situations, right? No, not even a carry forward. So carry forward also it's.
Wait. Let me explain you. Pay attention to this account.
Okay.
Right? I say that I hold a property.
Yes.
Okay. I hold a house. The value for that account, I'm using this particular time sequence also, right? Time dimension also. Value for that account, for that property in 2017.01 was 200.
Yes.
In February, it was 210.
Yeah, I got it. Yep, I got it. So it's a property account. Yeah, I got it.
In 220 in March. What is the value at the end of quarter?
220, yeah.
220, right? Yeah. But if this would have been my expense account,
yeah, any cash account,
my electricity bill account. For January, it was 10 rupees. February, it was 20. March, it was 30.
Yeah, it will be 50. 60, yeah.
So where are these governed from? This is my assets and liabilities account.
Yeah.
And this is my income and expense account. If I go to the drop down here that I selected, this is my balance sheet account, means it's my asset and liability account.
Yeah.
If I talk about P&L, net income member like expenses, right? Sales and intercompany sales and all the expenses, cost of goods sold, material cost and everything. This will go periodic.
Yeah.
You got your answer?
Yes.
Okay. So as these are all pointing to my balance sheet account, that's the reason it is showing me the last value getting jumped over to the parent. And what we were discussing something, yeah, advanced reporting. So this is one of the report, right? Now I'd say that, hey, it is very difficult for me to get its variance. For example, I want to compare it with 2016. If I compare it with 2016, the easiest way that comes to my mind is go to time, select time 2016 also, right? Member only, add member, and done. And I'll have my member here, 2016.total. But does it give me a good way to, a readable way to find out the difference? No, right? It is very confusing. Firstly, I see here, okay, January, then I'll scroll down to here, okay, January 16, then February 17, February 16. It's a very tough task, right? We have another way of creating a report. I simply remove this member. I have one more way of creating a report. Is I'll create one more report. I'll say new report. This time my row axis, I'll not create my row axis. I'll share the row axis which was earlier created. Right? So I'll say the default report is the name of the first report that we create on the screen, on the grid. Second report will be report 001, report 002. That is the technical name system already automatically gives it. Right? So I see the default report here. That is the name of my first report. I select that, and automatically the row axis of that particular report has populated in here. Then I'll select time in the column, and this time I'll select 2016. Remove this. And then see the normal report what we create is always like this, right? This is the standard report. We have your rows here and our columns here like this, right? So for this report which I want the comparison, I have to create a report like this, which is like rows like this and columns like this, so that I'll have a row common here, row area common here. On one side I'll have 1 year, and on the other hand I'll have another year. To do this, what I have to do is I have created my report, my second report also, but that's still pointing, rows and columns like this, rows first and columns expanding towards the from left to right. I'll change the shift. I'll change the shift to -1. New report. Entity versus time. new report, change the shift. Now I've changed the shift from +1 to -1. Means the position of column and row axis has changed now. So now column will expand from right to left, and my rows will appear on the right hand side. So I'll not create a row axis because I want to share it. I'll share it with default. Let's create the left hand side first. Left hand side is this. You can see my report like this. Now I'll create a new report on the right hand side. Just going to report with default, and my time in the column axis, and this time year would be 2017.
So here, what you're trying to achieve, I'm really confused. What you're trying to achieve here, Gaurav?
I'll show you.
What is the objective here in this report right now?
The objective is to use and to explore EPM,
Okay.
what all are the capabilities, what all kind of reports can be built.
So which capability are you looking right now?
Yeah. 2 reports on one single axis.
2 reports on one single. Okay.
It's like
This is one
2017 and 2016.
Yeah, this is one report, and
Okay.
second report is this. These are 2 reports overlapping each other.
Oh, sharing the same column, like
Sharing axis.
rename
Shared
and-
axis report.
So getting 2 measures. Okay.
Shared axis report. So this gives you a better way of comparing things. Instead of having 1 year and then, and then the second year in the single report.
Okay.
This is called as butterfly report also. It acts like it appears like a butterfly. One wing, left wing, right wing, and then the body. Center, in center we have the body. This is called as butterfly report. So when client says that he wants certain comparison reporting, wherein he wants these kind of feature, we can show him report like this, and if he agrees, we can deliver report like this. So the topic that we covered here was sharing access. How to create shared access reports. The purpose of this drop down. Any questions?
So basically, when you are creating a sharing report, the first you have to do the -1, and then you have to do the positive.
Right.
It's not like the other way. First you create, and if you want to do it negative, it will not do.
Now in 10.0 version, it used to work anyway, whether you create left wing first or the right wing first. But here in 10.1 onwards, there has been certain limitations, because when I was trying to change the shift, it was not taking, right, in the second report.
Yeah.
So then I chose the workaround to create the left wing first with the shift of -1, and then create the right wing for second, and then the second step. All good so far?
Yes.
Okay, now we'll talk about formatting. EPM formatting. How do we format these reports dynamically? It's very simple, right? We can go to home, we can color anything anywhere we want. Excel, but this doesn't work. If I refresh, this is fixed. This is fixed. Say for example, I have highlighted it for China and 2017 dot total, right? Combination at this intersection. But is this actually there on intersection? No, it's not. If I double click, see, is it still pointing to total? No. It's not dynamic. To have dynamic formatting, dynamic colors, or dynamic formatting, we have to format with the help of EPM reporting, EPM formatting sheet. What is EPM formatting sheet? Here I'll just remove this report. This is my report. Now, how to format it? We have a formatting sheet available with us in all the EPM reports or input forms that we can use to format the report, format our desired report and or input form. How to get that formatting sheet is, we click on this View Format button in the ribbon.
Formats.
Here, I click on this and this will open up a new formatting sheet for me. This is the EPM formatting sheet. This sheet is divided into various sections. First section is hierarchy level formatting. Second section is dimension member property formatting. Third section is row and column banding, and then page axis formatting. These are the 4 types of formatting, 4 levels of formatting. Each section we can format for row as well as column. We have certain radio buttons here in case of overlapping formattings, which to give priority to, whether to give priority to column, priority to row, or relative levels, or where, how to give the, which to give more priority. We can select here. Then, how to use this formatting. For example, I want somebody was asking me, I think Alok was asking me a question regarding how will a user identify which cell is logged and which cell is inputable, right? See, change member default format, inputable member default format, local member default format. You can all format based on to this property or particular dimension member.
So
if I want, if I want to format any other member, I can just have to find out what I want to format any particular member or any particular dimension that I want to format in that format. Say for example, I want to format my base levels, just for example, right? I'll select how I mean, just like the way I used to format my Excel cells, I'll just format it in that fashion. I'll do a right click, go on to this format cells. For example, I want this is my row, right? I want to give my rows a gray header. This is my data cell. These are my data cells and these are my headers. If I want to color the header, I'll just come down to base level. I'll do a right click. I can insert colors from here as well. I'll insert the gray color, for example. And for the data, I would say I want to make it light gray. Right? I'll click on apply. And then I have to click apply to this section also. Right? So these two places I have to check for apply. Default format I'll remove. Similarly, I'll do the similar thing for column as well. I'll do the column formatting, like I want to make it a color any color, like let's add this. And now if I change the color for data cells also, right? I've done this. Simply, I don't have to do anything else. I just come down to my report and I'll have to refresh it. But it will not change my report now. Why? Because I have still not activated this formatting option for this report. How do I activate it? I'll go into my options, I'll go to formatting, and I have to check this checkbox which says apply dynamic formatting. I'll check this, and default formatting is with the EPM formatting sheet. That's okay. I'll simply click on OK, and now I'll hit refresh. See, it gave me the format, right? But again, we have to be very cautious and very careful while doing this, because see, my data is pink, coming in pink, just for example, right? Why is this pink? Because the priority is going to column format. As per column format, at the base level, my data is light pink because of priority to column. If I change the priority to row, my data will become light gray. Row. My data will become now light gray. I come down to my report, I hit refresh. See. So I can do any level, any kind of formatting. For example, I want to add borders. I can add borders here, all borders, whichever kind of border, bottom border. Label also, I want to add borders, thick box border, or whatever kind of border font I can get it. I'll come down to my EPM. You can get me.
So can we give a condition-based coloring? Let's say if it is a negative, if it is a debit value, that will show as a red.
Yes.
Okay.
You have conditional formatting, right?
Yeah, I'm asking for conditional formatting. Yeah.
Yes, you can do the conditional formatting. For example, I want to change its format, means comma separated. I can go to format cells. I can check. I can get the column format. Comma separated values, 1000 separated. Just for example, that will also any kind of Excel level formatting I can do. So this was hierarchy level formatting. Similarly, I can also give the format to different levels of the hierarchy: level 1, level 2, level 3. I can do the hierarchy level formatting as well. Similarly, if I want to format based on a particular member or a particular property, I can use this. For all the inputable member, for example, I want all the inputable members. Firstly, I'll uncheck the top hierarchy option. Just uncheck this because I don't want this to be active anymore. And I'll come down. I want all the inputable members to be like gray. Right? All the local members to be like green. Right? I'll come down. I'll hit refresh.
You didn't apply.
Yeah, I know. I'm just here to add one more local member so that my local member also gets formatted. I'll insert one column is equals to activation. Local member recognition is not active. I'll activate that. I have my local member now, right? So I'll come down here, apply, and apply here also. Come down to my sheet, and I'll hit refresh. What happened? Something contradicting. Okay, priority is to column, and as per column format, it is white. So I'll change it to priority to row format. Now I'll come down to my report and refresh. Still some contradiction.
Row again, they're gone.
This is unchecked. Okay. This is checked. Right. Priority to row. Column running. Project is running. Though it is fairly easy to work with this formatting sheet, but many a times it becomes really difficult to find out the exact contradiction thing. Where is it getting contradicted to? Oh. Page access, okay. Everything is disabled. Formatting, apply, right. Okay. Why is it not coming? Because this is my report and I have formatted on my inputable member. Do we have an inputable member in a report? No, right? Reports are only for viewing the data. If I change it to input form, hopefully this should make data red, data gray. Apply. Again, something overlapping each other.
So something is overwriting the color.
Yes.
You can try putting in the column side and make priority as column, right?
Yep.
When you say priority as column, column moved to down and row moved up.
Hmm.
Should be other way around, right?
Yeah, it should be, but yeah, that's a system setting. That's something we can't control. And the way I see it, it gives you a better way of comparing, right? Firstly, you do a row and then you decide your priority. Then you do the settings for priority. I mean, I interpret it that way, but yes, you are also correct. It should be the way around. Right. I've got the green format for at least for local member. Local member is working, but for inputable member.
You didn't apply checkbox.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got that was not the inputable cell because it was on parent.
Okay, yeah. Only a base level member can be
Base
inputable.
levels will be inputable, right? So that's the reason. That's why I said, there are many things that control the this formatting. So we have to be very careful. Though it appears to be fairly easy. Yes, it is easy also, but many a times it becomes certain things get overlapped and we don't see the desired result. So we have to be very careful and very wide in our debugging to get the desired results. Right? If I change it to
So just can you show like how to add a conditional value-based condition color?
give me a
Like,
second.
let's say the value is less than 50, so it should be in a different color. Can you do that?
Did you see what happened?
Changed one displayed in a,
See,
yeah, it is,
this is my normal input form. Okay, all the inputable cells which are inputable are highlighted in gray. Okay,
yeah.
then I have set that changed member default format as yellow. Means any member which is currently changed will get a yellow color. For example, from 23 to this particular cell, I'm changing it to some other member. See, it will help me to identify, okay, on all this input form, which all members I have changed now.
Yes.
Right?
That is
So
the basic setting. I think it applies in all the reports, all the input
yes,
forms.
yes. But only to those input forms where people or end user has to provide the inputs to the only few cells.
Yes.
Right? And regarding conditional formatting, I would say try to find out yourself. If you don't succeed, then we'll definitely take it up.
Yeah, sure.
It's fairly simple. You just go into data and you just apply the conditional formatting.
We'll try. We'll try and see.
Just like the way it works in your Excel, similarly it works here.
Yep. Okay.
It should be there in data, right? Conditional formatting on home tab here. Right? Try to create a rule for it, and then
Yeah, got it. We'll try and see. Yeah. We'll do it ourselves and see.
okay. So you don't want me to continue? I mean,
No, that
carry on?
condition, I think, let us try and see, so that we
Okay.
have we'll face some issues like how you faced, so that we will remember
Right.
what we did.
Right.
I think
So
once
this
you
is
do once you do by
right.
yourself, then only you will remember this.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. The more you do hands-on by your own self, you will get to, you'll face certain issues and you'll get to know what all issues you come and you face and how to debug those issues also.
Right.
Because what I believe is debugging is also something that you learn by your own self. If you see somebody debugging, you don't learn much, but unless you do those things by your own hands, you learn more. Now the next thing is row and column banding. Banding means, now I say it is very difficult for me to find out which row, whether this is first row, second row, which column, for which row is this column to. So we generally give the zebra formatting. Zebra formatting, like for row, I can give priority to row, apply column banding, come down here and right. All the odd and even rows have been colored gray and white. So this gives you a good way of reading the rows and the same row. Which row is it? Better readable format. Right? So this way this can be done by applying anything on the row odd and even format. Again, I would reiterate, this appears to be very simple. I would say yes, it is simple also, but it's not that simple. Because finding out the exact causes, exact reasons behind not, formatting not appearing properly, it's sometimes very time consuming also. And you have seen one live example that you were struggling. Why is the data inputable cells not coming as gray? And then suddenly we realize that one of the account member is selected on parent, right? So this way, it can be sometimes time consuming also, but it is really interesting to work on formatting sheet. Right? Then one more thing. If you would have paid attention here, all the things that I'm doing with drag drop and all these things, I'm creating a report with the drag drop feature, right? I simply go into new report and I drag and drop my desired dimensions to the columns and rows axis. But if I come down to my member, it is a formula in the backend. Right? Everything that we do here is a system interpreter which interprets that thing to a formula. For the same reason, we have a list of formulas with us. These are called as EPM formulas. EPM formula. How to get a list of formulas? On any cell, we write is equal to EPM, and we see all these formulas. All these are the formulas that we can use if we want in our reports. Generally, for example, all these functions have a different use. For example, EPM context member. If I say, I'll double click and select a formula, then click on the FX button. See, it gives me the description of the formula. What this formula does. This is the description. This formula retrieves the context member for the specified dimension. Right? So, if I want, for example, now my audit trail is here in the context. If I want audit trail to appear in my here, using this in the cell D2, what I will do is connection name I will leave blank, dimension name I will select as audit trail. See, I got the audit trail member here. Usually, to all the users, to the business users, the context and pane are not provided. We give them report like this, without pane and the context. If they want anything which is user control, and if they want to change any values for that, we'll give them the context member like this. They'll double click on this and they'll select whatever member they want. We can, for example, you can use something like this also, so that user understands that here is something that he needs to select. Right? So this way we can use this formula. We have many other formulas also, like EPM, context member, copy range, dimension list. If I want to get a dimension list somewhere, I can use all the functions that you see here are almost self-explanatory, but range I would say in which all cells I want. Cell, it retrieves a list of drop-down in a cell or in drop-down list, dimension of the models, the dimensions of my particular model. I have to select a range. To display the dimensions in one or more drop-down lists, specify the cell or a range of cells. The list of the dimension exceeds 255 characters. Specify a range in all value parameters. This is optional. Again, these are all optional. If you click on all these properties, you get the these are arguments. If you click on all these arguments individually, you'll get the description of the arguments also. For example, let's say comma here. See, it gave me the list of all the dimensions there.
So now, if you just provided their select audit trial, it's like it is a EPM context member, right? It's a ETM context member is the input actually. So it bought it from the context.
Right.
If I go and double click and select the different one, so and click on a refresh, so
yeah,
this
it will behave like a normal context member.
Normal context only. So you are, instead of showing on the show context and pane one, you are hiding the context and pane. And then you are providing a couple of things like whatever you want, you are providing on the header.
Correct.
It's like a selection.
Because see, right. In the context, we have all the 8 dimensions, right? And there can be more depending on our project. And these all in user inputable fields dimensions will not be many. Just could be like currency or entity or category or time. That's it, right? These are the only few things that we give here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we don't give all the remaining things.
Okay.
Right. So we have more functions like EPM user also, EPM user, EPM URL, EPM user. Like what's the current logged in user? So it will give you the username who's currently logged in.
Oh, okay.
So all these are there are certain functions that we can check. Dimension list, dimension property. If I want to get some property out of some, property value of one particular dimension member, then I can use EPM dimension property values, dimension type, all these member ID, member description, member offset, member property, all these are there.
Yeah, as of now, I only know the save data. So I enter all the values in EPM save data, it will save it.
EPM save data works like a normal save button here that you have saved button here. EPM save data is just a substitute for that. Right. So what I would say is, I won't say, do it today or whenever or tomorrow. I would say whenever you have some bandwidth, just try to go through these functions one by one. Just open any function. For example, EPM book. Open any function, select any function, go to FX. It will give you the description here. Enables you to open a book published in planning and BPC web client. Means the report that we have published using web client can be opened from here using this EPM book. We have to give the model name and the selection name and location where the location is selected and the theme ID. Right? So this way you can get the details. Sorry?
You provided some material, right? So these things are there in that, like.
No, in the there is when you talk about SAP release books, you do see the description and details of couple of functions, but not all.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why I said, whenever you have time, just try to go through these formulas one by one, at least with the descriptions. Like, for what all things we have functions available, at least, so that you can get to understand For example, dimension type. We know by name I can easily make out like what it does. It will tell me the name of the dimension. For example, I want A type dimension. It gave me a count, right? If I say R, it will give me RPT currency. RPT currency. So just by typing in the dimension type, you can make out which. Many a times, these things generally help us in the support project. Support project, as in when somebody else implemented the BPC and then you are brought into support.
But
Right.
if you have a user defined one account, so the type, if you have like a multiple dimensions with the same type, so how it will show?
There is no user defined in my particular thing.
No, but if you have a multiple dimension, because you can have
it will give more than one value then.
Oh, okay, it gives, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It should. That's what the formula says, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
These all things are generally used in the support project, right?
Yeah.
Say, for example, I implemented. It's not mandatory that my entity name is my E-type dimension, which is entity type dimension is always named as entity. It can be profit center or cost center also.
Yeah.
But depending on the way I design the system. So instead of entity, I might rename it to profit center.
Yeah.
Then you might think profit center can be user defined also. It can be entity also.
Yes.
So if you want to find out which dimension corresponds to what type, simply use in any cell, use a formula, EPM dimension type, right? Type E, it will give you the name of the E type dimension.
So, in the again, coming back to the audit trail, when you are using an EPM context, no, not just a EPM context member, right? So it is
Context member, yeah.
EPM context member. There is a connection parameter also. So you
That
can also
can
connect
be-
to a different model.
No. You just have to leave it blank.
Okay.
It will automatically figure out the connection name, the automatic connection.
Yeah,
the
but
default
if I
current
want to
connection.
connect, okay, connection.
But
So
why do
if
you
I
want to bring in the audit trail context of some
no,
other connection in this
no,
report?
not in if you are, because if you want to get it from the other model, because if you want to see from the other model what data is there. So in our case, I'll tell you an example what we did. There are actually two models which that data actually flows into the third one.
Model.
Okay,
Third
third
model.
one. So all
With
three are
destination
actually BPC models. All three are BPC. They do a planning on all the three. But when they
Right.
do a planning on one model and save it, we actually send the data to the other model. We write the data in
using
this model as
destination
well
app.
as in the other model.
Right.
So if I connect to the other model and see to check what is there in the previous model, so if I want to verify with that, so that's the reason I asked, can we see what is there in the other model with the formula?
See, the connection name, it says that if you do not specify it or specify a connection that is not connected, the active connection is taken into account.
Okay. Okay, so if we create connection
For
names,
that, you have to be connected to that model, to that connection.
I got it actually. Yeah, we can try a few things. Yeah, okay. We can create some connection names and connect to the different model.
Yeah. Okay. So we have seen the report editor overview, all the tabs. We have seen multiple reports, creating multiple reports on same sheet, and we have seen EPM formatting and few things about the EPM formulas. So that's all for today. I would say do practice, and we'll connect again on Monday, same time,
Okay.
to take it forward from here, and we'll start with the data acquisition.
So we start on what? On
Monday on data acquisition.
data acquisition. Mhm.
Okay. So that's all for today. We'll be meeting up on Monday, same time,
Sure.
to take it forward from here. Till then, take care and do practice.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Hi, good morning and good evening to all of you. On behalf of Techie Training, I welcome everybody to this session 6 of the training program on BPC 10.1. The agenda for today is that we'll be talking about data acquisition and also in details about the data manager tab. So we'll just log into the system. So when we talk about data acquisition, so data acquisition basically means how to get in the data into the BPC system. So there are a couple of steps that we need to follow. The steps is first, it's and completely divided into a number of steps. So out of those, first step is upload the data onto, we'll upload the file onto the server cache memory. Right, so this is the first step. Right, so after uploading it onto the server, or even before this, we need to have our CSV file ready. We would be maintaining, or we would be just having it ready the .csv file, means the file which will contain all our data. And right now we are talking about transaction data upload through flat file. So we'll be maintaining the CSV file, we'll upload it on the server cache, we'll create and validate transformation file, we'll create and validate conversion file, and then we'll create the data manager package, and then we'll execute the data manager package. This execution of data manager package will read the file from cache memory and will post it onto the backend server. So these are the steps that we need to follow for uploading any kind of data. See, these are the steps. Firstly, we'll have the CSV file ready. Then we'll upload the .csv file onto the server cache, create and validate transformation file, create and validate conversion file, if any. And then we'll create data manager package and execute the data manager package. Now this data manager would be something new to you. But before that, we'll just quickly go through the data that we have. So this is the data that we'll be trying to upload. This data has all my dimensions, which are part of my model, and along
Hey,
with
Gaurav,
that,
we cannot hear you properly. Gaurav?
Can you hear me now?
No, it's not good voice.
Okay, just give me a minute. Let me just reconnect.
It was better like 30 seconds back. It was good, but not anymore.
But I can hear.
Can you check your internet connection?
Are you okay?
Yes, yes. I can hear really good.
Okay, okay, carry on. I will dial from my cell phone then. I don't know why.
All right. So apart from this, we do have all the dimensions part of this transaction data, and along with this, we have the signed data column. The signed data is basically my data key figure. So these are this is the data that we'll be uploading, and we need to save it with the extension .csv. What is .csv? .csv is comma separated values. The type of file should be comma separated, comma delimited values. Right. So once this is done, so let's just see what all dimensions are part of this model in web. So just to double check whether we have all the dimensions in my transaction data, because otherwise if we don't have, then it will not upload. I'm connecting to our environment. And then I go into administration, model, and planning. of the dimensions are same in my model and my transaction data that I'm uploading. So now coming to the new thing that we have here is talking about the data manager tab. As the name suggests, it is used to manage the data in the BPC system. By which all ways we can play around with the data, we can upload, download, we can run some calculations. Means any operation which we can do on data, we can do those activities in this data manager tab. So I'll just go over the data manager tab and see we have these all buttons here. Same log on, log off button as it was there on EPM screen, EPM tab, we have it here also. Then we have run package and view status button. Run package is used to run the data manager packages. I see some background noise from some. Can you please go on mute if in case you don't need that? Hello, hello?
Yes.
Hello, can you please go on mute? And please unmute
okay.
yourself if in case you want to.
I think my laptop is on mute, but my cell phone no. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So run package is basically used to run the data manager packages. View status is used to view the status of any data manager package that we have run, that we have already executed. Then we have upload data button, download data button, and the data preview. These are related to cache memory. So if you talk about this upload button, it will upload the data to the cache memory. Download from cache. Data preview, to view the data, how it's there in the cache. Then we have organize button. This organize button is used to create the data manager packages. What are data manager packages? Data manager packages are set of instructions to carry out any task or activity. Okay. We'll see it, the good details about data manager package. Well, we'll take up this example of data flow. So we'll be creating one. So I'll be explaining in details at that point. Then we have transformation files and conversion files. These are the places where we can create and validate the transformation and conversion files. And then we have more button just to refresh, just like the way we had the same button in EPM tab as well. And then help section. So anything that we want to do on data, we have to come down here to the data manager package tab and then perform our activity. Now coming to the steps that we need to follow. Have the CSV file ready? Yes. Step 1 is that. Talking about step 2, which says upload the CSV file onto the server cache. So how will I do that? I'll click on this upload button. This is asking me a file. So I'll browse to my file, which is there on my local desktop. I've selected my file and then I click on upload. Now it is asking me where do I want to upload uploaded to in the cache and what should be the file name. If I want, I can change it, and I'm keeping it in the data file section. It says file upload successfully. If I go and see the data preview, select my file, I can see my data preview. Right. The next step is create transformation file. There are two files. One is transformation file and the second one is the conversion file. Transformation file basically is used to map the data. Map the data between the source system, between the source file and the destination system. Means between the CSV and the BPC system. And conversion file is used to convert some data format. For example, I have time format as January 2017, for example. But BPC supports 2017.01. BPC cannot support this. So in order to do these conversions, if in case we have this data format difference, then we can anytime use the conversion file for all these conversions. But this file is optional. Only use this if in case needed. But if we talk about transformation file, this file is mandatory. We cannot upload the data without the transformation file. Right? So now we'll go into the transformation file section and we'll see how it looks like. This transformation file is a drop down. I'll select the drop down and I'll say new transformation file. I have new button here, manage button here, validate and process, copy transformation. The names, the buttons are self-explanatory. New is for creating new transformation file. Manage is for editing the already existing transformation file. Validate and process is used for validation, to validate and process the file that we have created or we have designed, and then copy the transformation file, copy from one file to the other. So we'll click on new transformation file. So this transformation file has three sections: options, mapping, and conversion. Again, these first two sections, which is options and mapping, is mandatory, whereas conversion section can be blank. In the conversion section, we generally give the name of the conversion file, and if in case I'm working on a scenario wherein I don't have any data to be converted, so I'll leave, in that case I'll not have any conversion file and I can leave this area blank. But talking about options and mapping, these are two mandatory sections which needs to be filled. Talking about options, these are certain controlling parameters which govern the data that I upload. For example, here I can decide the format. Which format am I uploading? Means the source file. I said it's a comma delimited, so it becomes delimited file. Header equals to yes, means the system wants to know whether the file that I am uploading has header or not. If in case it has headers, then my data will start from row number 2. So the first row has to be skipped. That's not the data. So header yes means I'm telling the system that my file has the header, so please don't read first row as the data. It is just the header. So it will start reading my data from the second row onwards. Then delimiter. I have told the system that my format is delimited, but what is the delimiter? Which delimiter am I using? I've selected comma here. I'm using comma delimited values. A comma delimited format. Then amount decimal. If in case my file has the decimal value, so what is the amount? What is the decimal character that I'm using to represent the decimal numbers? So I said period or dot. Skip equals to 0. If in case I want to skip certain records, for example, I say that I have 10,000 records, and out of these I want to skip first 500 records and start uploading from 501 onwards. 501 to 10,000. Skip first 500 rows. So if in case I want to do that, I can simply type in the number here, the row number here, how many rows I want to skip. Skip 100, 200, 500, 1000. Right? Then we have skip if. If I want to skip depending on certain conditions. For example, I don't want to upload the January 2017 data. So I can simply type in the condition here if time is equals to 2017.01. So that will skip all. So I'm giving a condition, if condition, that if this condition is met, please skip those records. So it will not upload any record for 2017.01. Then validate records. So do I want, after uploading, after validating this transformation file, should this validate my data also? Should this validate the records also, whether all the records have been successfully, been through this transformation file or not? Then we can say that yes, validate the records as well. Credit positive. Credit positive, if in case for any negative number also, if I want to credit it in the positive sense, positive values, I can use this word credit positive equals to yes. Then maximum rejection count. This thing basically helps me while uploading a file with big, or large amount of data. For example, 10,000 rows. When I'm uploading this, I assume that there might be certain failures also. Certain records might not be properly uploaded because of any issue, format issue, or comma issue, or any other issue. Then I say that out of these 10,000, if 100 records are rejected, then terminate the complete data upload. So that's my threshold that I'm defining here. If in case these many records are getting rejected, terminate the upload. So that's what I'm defining here is maximum rejection count. Once the maximum rejection count has been reached, it will simply terminate. This process of data upload will be terminated. Until and unless it reaches this number, it will continue. Say for example, there are 99 records which has been rejected, but it is less than 100, so it will be successfully completed. But it will only stop the moment it reaches 100, or the threshold that I've defined. So maximum rejection count, if I want, I can simply type in some numbers here. Then round amount is equals to yes or no. Here I can tell the system Say for example, if I'm using 100.1 as data, should this be rounded off? Or 100.6, should this be rounded off? If yes, if I want the data to be rounded up, I can say round amount is equal to yes. These are the few options that we need to provide, these parameters so that system can upload the data in a controlled manner. Now coming to the mapping section. Here we have to do the mapping. Mapping as in we have to give the mapping between the BPC dimension and the columns of the external file or CSV file that we are uploading. So I'll just quickly write in the few things, then I'll explain to you. This is not part of my data, so I'm just removing this dimension from here for the time being. So how I've mapped this, anything which is on the left hand side of the equals to sign, that is my BPC dimension. BPC dimension is equals to star and then column of the external file. For example, account is equals to column 1. In the data that I'm uploading, my account is at first column. My account is at first column. That's why I've done the mapping as account, which is BPC dimension, is equals to star column 1. Category is equal to star column 3. This is my column 3. Entity equals to column 2. Entity equals to column 2. Star called 2. IPT currency equals to column 4. Time equals to column 5. And sign data is equals to column 6. Right? So this is the way we do the mapping. Another way of doing the mapping is, instead of star column 1, directly using the header names. This header name. The system will itself identify which column it is. Account is equals to account in this case. A capital and rest all the characters small. Similarly, entity equals to entity, category equals to category, IPT currency equals to IPT currency. All these header names can also be used. In order to use the header names, we just have to type in the header name. Account is equals to account. That's it. Right? So, and now what I'll do is, I'll go to EPM. I'll just once refresh the metadata. And then we'll go to data manager, transformation file. I'll say validate and process. Because I don't have any conversion, that's the reason I'm not using any conversion file. I'm not including any conversion file here. But in case had there been a requirement of conversion file, then I'll tell you how will it work. How to create the transformation file. Firstly, we'll go on to this conversion file drop down on top. We'll say new conversion file. This file has the external and the internal format. External, which is coming through external system, and internal means how BPC should read it. And then if in case I have certain formula to be used, I can use the formula. So external format like Jan 2017, internal format will become 2017.01, and if there is any formula, I can simply type in the formula. And then I'll go on to data manager again, conversion file. I'll say validate and process. Once this has been processed, then I'll go to the transformation file, and then I'll include the conversion file here. How can I include it? There's a particular syntax to it. I'll say, for example, I'm using the conversion file for time, then I would say time, the dimension name, BPC dimension name is equals to the file name, for example, conversion. I'm assuming this is the file name, conversion.xls. There are two ways. First thing is, there can be single conversion file for all the dimensions, means you can include different tabs. We can have different tabs in the conversion file. One for entity, one for time, one for account, if in case that's needed. Like this. We can change it to time, we can add more sheets, and then we can subsequently give them the namings, for example, time, account, entity, and all that. And we can also maintain different single conversion file for every dimension. For example, one file for entity, one file for conversion, one file for time, and one file for account. So if in case I'm using one single file which has multiple tabs, then the naming convention would be, for example, time is equals to conversion dot xls. This is the name of the file that is saved with exclamation mark and then the tab name, for example sheet 1. So this is the format in which we'll include it here if in case it has multiple tabs in the same worksheet. But if we have single, different convergence files for different dimensions, then we'll use it like account is equals to conversion.xls. That's it. So system will identify that for account dimension he has to consider conversion.xls file. Similarly for time, it has to go through this file and this particular sheet of the file. So after writing the transformation file, I'll go on to the drop down and I'll say validate and process. So now on this screen, this is an important screen. Here I can select the data type, means what type of data am I uploading, whether that's transaction data from flat file, transaction data from BW. If in case I'm uploading my transaction data from BW, then my mapping sections will change. Instead of star column 1, we would be using the BW info object technical name here. For example, account is equals to Z account. Z account, for example, is the name of my info object. So account is equals to Z account, category is equals to Z category. So that way we'll have to use the BW info object's name on the right hand side of the equal to sign. That's the only difference that we do. We simply give the technical IDs, and while validating from the drop down, we'll select that it's a transaction data from BW. Then we can also upload the master data from flat file into any dimension. We can upload the master data description and hierarchy as well. Then master data text and hierarchy from BW if in case, and export the data. Exporting the data is also possible. Exporting the master data as well as transaction data. So as right now I'm doing the transaction data upload from flat file, so I'll select the particular data type, and then it is asking me to select the data file. So I'll browse on to my cache and I'll select my file. So now it would be validating this particular transformation file on this CSV file that I've uploaded, or on this data file. Then I'll click on save as. I'll be saving my transformation file. I say transformation _ TDT7. So it has given me the status here. It says validation of option section was successful, mapping section was successful, conversion section was successful. Then the transformation file was converted into .xml file. And then as I've selected validate records as yes, so it is validating my records. See validate records. Validate record was yes. Rejection count is 0. Total record count is 15. Skip is 0. So accept count. If this would be finally executed with your data manager, then this process will finally accept 15 records. And this task was successfully completed. These are the status that it is giving me while validating this particular transformation file. Right? So I cancel it out. Now I'll create the data manager package. In order to create the data manager package, I'll have to go on to the organize button. This is again a drop down. I'll expand this and I'll say organize package list. We see many data manager packages already delivered to us by SAP. If we want, we can use it. For example, we have import transaction data, also import master data, copy, clear, append, move. In the financial management, we have allocation, effect restatement, validation. Other functions, we have archive data, full optimize, light optimize. But if in case, I can create my own package as well. So as this, as my package is for data management, I can go to the desired folder here, and in those folders, I can create my package. So as my package is for data management, I'll be creating a package in data manager folder. I'll right click on this right side area, right side list. I'll just do a right click and I'll say add package. Here I'll name my package as track file upload consumption. I've given the name and the description and the group under which, group means as a folder on the left hand side under which it will be, this package will be created. Then we have task type, user package and admin package, means who can execute this data manager package. The user who created it or all the admins who belong to the admin team. So either I can select either of them, or I can also select both of them. That user can also run. User means is the person who created this, and all the admins can also run. Now we have to select a process chain to this particular. We have to assign a process chain to this particular data manager package. How to assign a process chain? We'll simply click on select button, and this will give us the list of all the process chains which has been delivered to us by SAP. Think of any activity that BPC supports. We'll already find a, we'll find a already existing process chain here in this folder. For anything standard, we do not have to create any process chain, it's already delivered. But if we go for anything custom, for example, going for any custom body or for any such operations, in that case only we have to go for process chain creation. But for anything else, anything and everything else, we already have the process chain. For example, data related process chains are here. Miscellaneous process chains are here. Copy commands, default formulas, journals, and all these obsolete process chains which were earlier used for making the dimensions, transformation, validation. Other script logic related process chains. So these are all there. If we talk about data upload, we'll see the data upload also. Process chain for data upload also. We can, from the description itself, we can make out what is the use of each of these process chains. For example, the one that is highlighted, it says import transaction data from flat file. Yes, that is what I'm trying to achieve. But this is in the append mode, means this is append the data. I have import transaction data from flat file in the overwrite mode also. Anything, any data which is there will be overwritten by this. Right? Import transaction data from flat file in the aggregated overwrite mode. So these are different modes for in which we can upload. Import transaction data from flat file, overwrite it, and once complete, send the email. So these are again couple of ways in which we can upload the data. For example, if you are uploading it from BW, then we have separate process chain. Import master data hierarchy from BW, import master data attributes from BW, import transaction data from FTP flat file, import transaction data from BW info provider, delta with prompts, without prompts. All these are already delivered to us. So I'll be using append because I want to upload the data in the append mode. So I'll select OK. So my process chain has been assigned to this particular data manager package. So this package will be simply executing this process chain, and all the steps as per the process chain, this process chain will be executed by the system. So we'll click on add, and my package has been added into the list. But I cannot run the package from here. Yes, please.
Hey, Gaurav, I have a quick question. This is Alok.
Yeah.
So this package is kind of info package? No, it's not an info package, but what package belongs
to? This package is nothing. It's just if you have worked on, do you have any exposure to IP? Okay. So nothing. These are just the instructions or guided instructions for the user to carry out certain activities. Any activity on the data. Any data related activity like any calculation or any importing, exporting data, or anything on data, that any operation that we want to do on our data, that we will be doing here in data management.
Okay. And another thing, like you were showing some process chains, pre-delivered process chains, so those would be visible in BW RSPC also? Or
yes.
They won't be visible there? Okay.
They will be visible there. But in the CPMB area.
Yeah.
See, these process chains have the technical name prefix as /CPMB. So anything in backend which is starting with /CPMB clearly means that it's a BPC object.
Okay.
So this CPMB namespace is reserved for BPC related objects. I was also giving you an example like wherein we can go for custom process chains also, right? So the BW person will be creating a process chain with a technical name /CPMB. Then it will go into BPC area. Means system will identify that this is a process chain which is to be used by BPC system. Then that process chain will be visible here. Say for example, you have two process chains in the backend system with same name append, but one has CPMB append and second one is append. System will identify that CPMB append is BPC1 and normal append is normal BW process chain. Right? Does that answer your doubt, Alok?
Yes, good now.
Okay. So my package has been created, but this is the only creation list, creation area. I cannot run it from here. In order to execute a data manager package, I'll close it and I'll go to this run package button. I'll click on this run package and I'll select the package to run flat file upload. I'll select and I'll say run. It will give me prompts governed by the process change. Firstly, it is asking me the file that is to be imported. So I'll browse it onto the cache area and I'll select my file. I'll say next. Now it is asking me the transformation file. So I'll browse onto my transformation file and I'll say open and next. Now it is asking me whether to run the default logic for stored values after importing. What is this? What is this default logic? We'll talk about in the subsequent sessions. But as of now, I'm just selecting no. I don't want any default logic to be executed on this. And I'll click on next. Whether you want to check work status setting, I'll say no. Again, this will be covering. I'll select no. And here I can select when to run the package. If I select run, it will run it right away. If I want to schedule it for some time later, if I want to schedule it sometime later, then I can use the schedule button. I'll click on next and it will give me a schedule window. I can create a schedule like what should be the frequency, once, daily, weekly, monthly, what time, and if I want to run it only once in future, then when should I run it. So all these schedules I can create. For example, I want a batch. I want to run it, after every day midnight to upload the data from BW. That way I can schedule it for daily or weekly, monthly, depending on my requirement and the package type. I can schedule it. Third option is run and schedule. Run and schedule means it will run right away also, and I can schedule it for later executions as well. Right? So I want to run it right now, so I'll select run and I'll click finish. It says request to the run the package was successful. If I want to view the status, I'll click on this view status button here and I can see the status of the package. It says succeeded. I'll double click on this to see its details. Now it says it has been completed. Run logic no, check log no. This was the transformation file. This was the file, data file that I have uploaded. And this is the task name. Record count 15, skip count 0, accept count 15. Task name is, now it is doing the append. Submitted count 15, rejects count 0. Means 15 out of 15 records have been submitted to the database. Model planning. Model, which is planning model, package status is success. So we can get details of every package from this detailed log. Now to see the data. In order to see the data, either I can create a report on the same combination, or what I can do is I can also go on to the backend system to see the data. So I'm logging into RSA1. BPC area. I'll scroll to my particular environment. BPC Training 7. And then the particular model, planning cube. I'll do a right click and I'll say display data. I'll select all the characteristics that I want to see. continue. Field selection for output, select all characteristics and execute. This is the data that has been, but it's not only this data, it is showing me the complete data in the cube. Means even the data that I have uploaded manually using the input forms, So if in case I want to validate the data 2017.7 and 08. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just try to restrict it to certain combinations so that I can get my particular data. Time. See, this was the data that I uploaded and I've restricted it for CA and 1707. These are data. So I can see the data. 9999, 1111, 112, 330, 440. Finally, the data has been added into my cube. I can create a report in EPM also to view the same data. I'll select new report. I'll say account versus time and entity. Zero 110 120 330. Entity Canada and US. Time is 1707 and 08. Open again. Yeah. So now for this report. I select my entity. And I'll also check the context for the remaining dimensions. Category plan, currency is LC, yes. Yeah. So here I can see the data. So this is how we upload our transaction data into the BPC system. And this is how we use the data manager tab for creating and executing the data manager packages. Any questions around this? I understand that you both have experience on BW, but in BW in the transformation files we do the drag drop, matching the arrows and all that. But here we don't have that feature. We have to manually type in. We have to manually do the mapping.
So if I want to just because now the data is entered at US and Canada in few cases. A few cases it's only entered at US. So I just want to see whatever records are there exactly like the tabular structure what you see in RSA1. So can you see all the fields and just the values at the end, just like a table what you see in the RSA1?
No. See, RSA1, it's just a single area where I have all my data dumped, right?
Yes.
But here I have restricted the data. I'm creating a report. This is a report I'm creating.
Yes. No, yes, I understand. I understand what you did in this report. I know exactly what you did. I understood this. I'm asking, can I get just the report exactly, simulate the same stuff what you see in the RSA1 here?
Yes, you can. You have to work on this report.
Okay.
You have to remove certain, do certain, exclude members, certain include, and all these accounts and everything. Because there are certain unwanted combinations also that's coming in.
Yes.
For example, for this account we don't have data on Canada. We have only data on we don't have data on US. We only have data on Canada. So we have to remove this. We have to exclude this particular combination. That for this time exclude this, but for this time exclude Canada. Right? Because I've selected these many members, so it's showing me all the possible combinations in my report. So that way I have to work on it and then, make it in sync with the, BW data type method. Then the view in which we can see the data in BW.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's all for today. In the next session, we'll be talking about logic scripts and dimension member formulas. So this is the coding part. This, to carry out certain operations on the data. SAP has provided us the scripting language which BPC supports. So we'll be trying to go through the script logic and its different mode of execution. We'll see the default logic as well as the logic file that can be executed with the data manager package. And apart from that, we'll also see certain dimension member formulas to do certain standard and certain calculations every time. So we'll take that up in the next session because it's a little big topic, and if we start now, we'll not be able to complete this within the time frame. So that's the reason today's session is short, and we'll take up the next topic in the next session tomorrow. I would say do practice the things that we have discussed so far, and you both might have received your server access and everything by now.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So do practice, and we'll meet again in the next session tomorrow to take it forward from there.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
but
you so much.
yeah, I think the system, they sent a mail, but I think the system, whatever the user ID which they gave me, first day it worked, but now it's not logging in. So
Please check your casing, your password casing, or caps lock and all.
I logged in into the remote desktop, but there I don't see a data manager package. I only see EPM. And when I click on a login, I don't see any links also, because I already copied a link to my model. I created a model and I established a connection to my model. But now I don't see anything. It's like completely empty. So nothing is there in that.
Wait, give me a second. You are Satya, right?
Yes, it's a Tech BPC 20. System is Tech BPC 20.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll make you presenter. So if you can share your screen and show me what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, you are the presenter now.
Okay. I need to share, right? Okay. Okay, it's already sharing, right? You can see my
Yeah, I
screen,
can
right?
see your screen.
So, okay.
Yeah,
So
you
if you
see
see,
data manager.
there is only a EPM. There is
Yeah,
no data
yeah.
manager.
Go on EPM. Yeah.
And
Wait for a second. Wait for a
uh,
second. Go to options.
okay.
Options on
So
top, right
because
hand side.
disable add-ons, you want me to
No.
here options?
Yeah, options. Click on the drop down.
Okay. Options, drop down,
Command display options. Command display options.
command display options. Okay.
Yeah, select the last checkbox.
All buttons. Okay.
Data manager all buttons.
Yes.
This will bring in the data manager tab.
Okay. So, okay. So that's good. So once I log in, I created my connection here. So the connections are gone. So,
Create again.
but there is no copy also because I don't know the link. I try to get
Go
it
to-
from the.
Okay, I'll post it. I'll post that to you. Yeah, check your GoToMeeting chat.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, now click connect.
Check BPC 20. Yep. Now it is coming. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Now I think it's. I don't know which one.
Techie Training 7 is something that I've created. If you're using the
But
same.
I also created my own environment.
Okay. Click on generate connection name. No, okay.
Yes, I think yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yep, that's good. But I also created one more model. Why I didn't get that model?
Which environment?
The same environment.
It would be there then.
Okay, maybe I need to clear refresh metadata.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Try that one. But if you've created a model, it will be there.
Should be there. Maybe I created a different environment. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yep, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. Then we'll meet again tomorrow, same time, to take it forward from here.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Have a great time ahead. Bye bye.